Introductions by members. Member for Nanaimo North Caution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I made an introduction earlier and forgot a couple of things. I'd like to ask the House to help me introduce a wonderful young woman for the first time. She can't be with us today because she's not well. She's only one. She turned one on March 3rd. Her name is Ruth Eleanor Florence Robinson. And baby Ruth, not the candy, but the sweetheart, is the precious daughter of Pam Cooling, and she notes in the notes that she gave me my CA, and her husband David Robinson. David is the son of longtime Canadian Olympian basketball player Bill Robinson. David and Pam had Ruth, and Ruth joins the next chain of very strong women represented by her grandma Karen Cooling and her mom Pam Cooling, who are both lifetime activists for liberty, justice, and feminism. And it's with great pleasure that I ask the House to help me welcome and celebrate the birthday of Ruth Eleanor Florence Robinson on Women's Day.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Acting Government House Leader.
I call continued second reading on Bill 9, Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Can hold it in Section A.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
We have two houses now. And in Section A, continued estimates on Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sports.
Committee Chair.
To be followed by the Ministry of Labour.
Okay. Committee Chair over there and Deputy Speaker here. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 9, the Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act. I don't have a huge amount to say, but the bill amends three pieces of legislation: the Civil Resolution Tribunal Act, the Legal Profession Act, and the Notaries Act. And the changes to the Civil Resolution Tribunal Act remove the ability to object to the small claims decisions, and those objections would be moved to judicial review with the BC Supreme Court. And I will echo the comments of the member of the official opposition we are not opposed to these changes, but we'll want to dig into them a little bit at committee stage. And I think what's important to think about is, as we would all know from experiences with our constituency offices, is that a lot of people feel that processes are unfair, and they seek resolution through various bodies to remedy that sense of unfairness. And it will be important to hear about the understanding that sense of fairness will have to be embedded in, I hope, these changes that are being made. One of the concerns is the difficulty that people have of accessing what they feel to be justice oftentimes, and the impartiality that we see in provincial courts and Supreme Courts with judges who have gone through lengthy training and education and experience is recognized as an important facet of the delivery of justice in British Columbia. But the tribunals and the various civil bodies that we have don't require that same level of training and experience. The members are appointed by government, and there can be a sense of how do I know whether or not this is an impartial decision or this is a decision rooted in justice and fairness. I think it is so important that our institutions really confirm for people that justice and fairness are at the root of decision making, and that when people don't have that experience, they have an avenue to have that addressed. I refer from personal experience to our community having dealt with the Environmental Appeal Board hearing of a permitting decision related to our community in Shawnigan, and weeks and weeks and weeks of hearings at the Environmental Appeal Board resulted in a decision that upheld the decision to grant a permit. And the recourse for our community was, of course, an appeal to the courts, to the Supreme Court of BC for a judicial review. But that recourse wasn't guaranteed. We had to make the case to a judge that it be heard. And one of the interesting outcomes from that experience was in his decision that was ultimately made, and this is a long story, so I won't get into it, but in the decision that was ultimately made by Justice Sewell in his judicial review of this Environmental Appeal Board hearing, he indicated that what had transpired over the process of this permitting and in the way that that permit got granted, and then in the experience that the community went through, that it struck at the heart of the integrity of the Environmental Management Act. And what has always been a mystery to me since then is that didn't provoke a particularly strong response from the government at the time or from the successive government to say, wow, we definitely don't want things that strike at the heart of the integrity of our laws. We want to make sure that that never happens again. But that's not what I have witnessed or experienced. So I look forward to hearing the debate and at committee stage of the bill, and I expect that the minister will, the Attorney General will be wanting to convey to the opposition members how this will improve fairness, accountability, and ideally good judgment and good decision-making. The changes to the Notaries Act and the Legal Profession Act give the respective Board of Governments the abilities, it's my understanding, to increase the interest rate on trust accounts and not give their clients any notification that they've done so. This is a little bit of a concern to us, I think, for obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker. And I think that on the theme of transparency and accountability, and justice and fairness, I think that governments really do have a added burden, particularly in the times we're in, to ensure that people can look at how any kind of process that, particularly that involves money and the accumulation of it and the spending of it, is actually quite transparent and accountable. From what we understand from the bill, the revenue earned from the trust accounts would go to legal education, legal research, legal aid, law reform for law libraries. These are important elements of running the law society. But the discretion granted to the Board of Governors raises some pretty significant questions about accountability and transparency that we will be wanting to explore in committee stage. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I will end my comments and look forward to watching the unfolding of the debate on this bill.
Thank you, Member. Well, seeing no further speakers, I recognize the Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the members for their second reading remarks. Helpful guideposts from the opposition about areas of interest to them. Just a couple of quick remarks to respond to some of the questions that were raised that may help focus questions in committee stage. With respect to the interest on trust accounts, lawyers' trust accounts, notary trust accounts, this allows the Law Foundation, which is not the Law Society, to negotiate arrangements with commercial banks and credit unions around interest rates. They already have the authority. Lawyers are not allowed to keep the interest from their trust accounts. They have to remit it over to either their client or to the Law Foundation. And at the client's request, it can go to the client. If the client doesn't request, the interest from the trust account goes to the Law Foundation, and it already funds all of these things. So this is a way to negotiate with the banks to get more interest for both clients and for the Law Foundation and the Notary Foundation. So this is a win-win for everybody. It's not a sort of a strange, anti-transparent interest rate trick. This is actually a goal to increase the resources available to, if the client wishes, the client, and otherwise to the Law Foundation to do their continued good works, which are already funded by the interest on these trust accounts. The second piece is a question around justice and fairness related to allowing a judicial review in BC Supreme Court rather than what's called a trial de novo or a brand new trial in provincial court. So just a little background, the Civil Resolution Tribunal was actually invented, for lack of a better word, or created by the opposition. And I think that the intent, the opposition, BC Liberals, and I think that the intent at the time was to create a parallel justice system that didn't interfere with any of the, or even come close to taking any of the constitutional responsibilities of the Supreme Court or any jurisdiction away from the provincial court. It was layered on top. So you could still go to small claims court in provincial court, or if you found provincial court and the processes not to be in keeping with what you wanted to do and your claim was below a certain amount, $5,000, you could go to the Civil Resolution Tribunal. And you would do your small claims case through the Civil Resolution Tribunal. And you had the choice, you still have the choice, to go through the Civil Resolution Tribunal or through the provincial court. The trick was that the Civil Resolution Tribunal, in order, I think, and I don't know, I don't want to attribute motive, but I think the reason was just to reassure the courts that they would still maintain the final decision-making authority. The person who lost the Civil Resolution Tribunal hearing could then, for the application fee, go to provincial court and start a new trial in provincial court, and then wouldn't have to take any other steps, and that had the effect of canceling the Civil Resolution Tribunal judgment. And if the person who was successful in the Civil Resolution Tribunal said, hey, what the heck, and went to provincial court, they would have to prove their case all over again in provincial court, do the whole trial again, and then come up with another decision from provincial court, which itself was then reviewable in BC Supreme Court again. So I understand why it was done in the early days when this was an experiment, it was a pilot, it was a lean startup, all those kinds of things. The Civil Resolution Tribunal has really proven itself as a world-leading virtual tribunal responsible for some significant claims in our province. They still have concurrent jurisdiction, meaning you can go either to provincial court or to Civil Resolution Tribunal. The goal here is so that people don't feel tricked, right? You go to the Civil Resolution Tribunal, you win your case, and then you find out you have to do the whole thing again in provincial court from scratch. It feels like you've been tricked. So like, what was the point of that Civil Resolution Tribunal process? So really, this is aimed at addressing people's sense of justice and fairness. I won the case at the Civil Resolution Tribunal. So why do I have to do the trial all over again in provincial court? So really, we're trying to meet people's expectations with this change around justice and fairness, and still provide the courts with their constitutional guarantee, BC Supreme Court, that they have the final say. Regardless of what the tribunal says, the BC Supreme Court can overrule that decision on judicial review. And so just to clarify a couple of the remarks, I wouldn't want members to be concerned that about this, because I think they're all really positive things. And I hope that they're things that all members of this House can support, because I think that they do increase justice and fairness. They increase access to justice and resources for vital legal advocacy work that's done across the province, funded by the Law Foundation and the Notary Foundation. So with that, Honourable Speaker, I move second reading.
Thank you, Attorney. Members, the question is second reading of Bill 9. Those in favor, please indicate aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion is carried. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting after today.
Members have heard the question. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Government House Leader.
I call estimates on Ministry of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation.
Thank you. So we'll take a short recess to allow the Minister and their staff to come take their place, and we will resume shortly. Thank you, members. The House is in recess. Thank you, members. I'd like to call the committee into session. We're here for ministry estimates for jobs, economic recovery, and innovation. Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move vote 36, resolve that a sum not exceeding $110,426,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation Ministry operations to 31st March 2023.
Thank you, Minister. I believe you might have an opening statement.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and it's nice to see all my team here with me today for these estimates. It's been a year. It's been another interesting year, but here we are. I think I'll start by acknowledging the folks that are here that are supporting the work of the ministry. We have Bobby Plekas, my Deputy Minister. We have James Harvey, Associate Deputy Minister for Investment and Innovation. We have Joanna White, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister for Management Services and Executive Financial Officer. We have Tim Lasuk, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister for Innovation, Technology and Investment. We have Jeff Vasey, who is not physically in here, but in the building, Assistant Deputy Minister for the Office of Mass Timber Implementation. Chris Rathbone, who is not actually here right now, but will be here in the morning, Assistant Deputy Minister for Small Business and Economic Development. Carrie Pridmore, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry Development. And we also have another host of team that's joining us, Leslie Teramato, who's the Executive Director for Inter-Provincial Trade and Investment Operations. Laurie Henderson, who's the Executive Director for Rural Operations. Angela Coco, who's Executive Director for Small Business and Economic Development. Morningstar Pinto, who's the Executive Director for Small Business and Economic Development. Paul Pawlowski, the Executive Director for Investment Analysis and Policy. TJ Parhar, Executive Director for Regional Inclusive Economic Recovery. Tara Cameron, Director for Executive Operations in the Deputy Minister's Office. Joe Earthy, who's the new Chief Executive Officer for NBC. David Mortimer, who's the Chief Financial Officer at NBC. Michael Loseth, who's the Chief Executive Officer for the Forestry Innovation and Investment, FII. And Ragwa Gopal, who's the CEO of Innovate BC. I want to thank this amazing team of people who have worked incredibly hard through very difficult times through the pandemic. I know we're going to dive into a lot of the important topics, but I just want to say how challenging these last few years have been for the people of British Columbia. And I want to say a big thank you to these extraordinary people and all the people in the civil service who have worked around the clock under extreme pressures to be able to put programming in place to support people and businesses through what has been one of the most challenging times, certainly of my life and our history as a province. And so with that, I look forward to hearing the questions from the members opposite. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would like to begin what I'm sure will be a scintillating 8 hours of exchange between the Minister and the Opposition over the next couple of days by also really thanking the incredibly hardworking men and women of the Ministry that I think have done exceptionally good work under extremely trying circumstances through this pandemic, and it certainly has not gone unnoticed by British Columbians, and I know I speak for all of my colleagues in the opposition when I say thank you very much for your service. We are here to focus on the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation, and we've got a range of questions. I'm going to focus a fair bit of our time on the economic plan and the range of initiatives that are contained therein. I just wanted to start off though with just a few general questions, and I think I think we can all agree that we're whether speaking as an individual British Columbian or a small business owner, we're all exhausted, we're all tired. British Columbians are ready to hopefully once and for all come out of this pandemic, and so but we've said that 3 or 4 times now as we've kind of come out of it and gone back in and out and back in. So I just wanted to ask the Minister this first very general question. In the context of all of the lessons that have been learned with respect to restrictions that have been implemented, again, to keep people safe and stop the spread of COVID, minimize economic impact and so forth. Based on the lessons learned, is the minister working with, and can he give us some details of what the work would look like if the answer is yes? Is he working with others in government on what the transparent COVID metrics would look like if we ended up having to impose more restrictions on small businesses in particular? What would those metrics look like based on everything we've learned up to this point that would really drive the minister's preparation of programs and supports and so forth for those small businesses which would be, which have been and would presumably be impacted should we find ourselves having to go back into a period of time, hopefully not, but into a period of time whereby we would have to live with further restrictions.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yeah, certainly I think there's a lot of lessons learned across the province, across Canada, across the world on how to manage these types of situations. And now every wave of the pandemic wasn't the same. Every single wave of the pandemic had different challenges. I think the premise of the question from the member is probably more appropriate for the Ministry of Health, because the member will know, and I've shared this extensively in the House, is that the decisions around what restrictions are brought in, when they're brought in, are made by Provincial Health Office. The Provincial Health Office decides what's needed, when they're needed, and I have never tried to step into that space. I respect that boundary. I respect that they have a need to make decisions in a pandemic to protect British Columbians, and they've made that, and we've worked around that and tried to ensure the supports are there. But that decision-making process is certainly with Dr. Henry and the Provincial Health Office, and maybe a better question for the Ministry of Health. What I will say is one of the lessons that we did learn to support the community, and I say community broadly, that's whether it's First Nations or industry or our partners in labor, not-for-profit. One of the lessons we learned was we need to bring people together, and we need to ensure that they get the information that we have so that they can be informed of what we're doing to help us all work together to navigate these challenging times. It was a very important lesson that we learned, I think, and when we started what we call the industry engagement table, we have over 140 organizations that are present. Dr. Henry and sometimes Minister of Health come on to that session, share the most up-to-date information, and allow people in one space to ask questions so that it's not a question of what conversation is happening in another room somewhere else with someone else, but having that forum where everyone can ask questions and they're hearing the same questions and the same answers. And so we found that space created to be an excellent place for information to be disseminated, but also an opportunity for us to hear from them about how they can help and what issues might arise from certain decisions that the Provincial Health Office may make. And so it was a really positive, I think, process, and it showed that when we work together we can accomplish anything, and that's certainly my hope as we start coming out of this pandemic, that we can continue that level of cooperation to get some good things done.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate that. I guess at the end of the day, one would hope that the lessons that have been learned over the past 2 years, in part, would be reflected in the approaches taken moving forward. And I'm not talking about the decisions by the public, the provincial health officer and the public health community around health-driven restrictions. I'm really talking about what more and how much better could government, and the ministry is on the front lines of this, prepare small businesses for the impacts of restrictions that could be forthcoming in the future. I want to move on, and again, this is a fairly generalized question. I think it would be safe to suggest, and the minister, I'm assuming, will agree with me on this, that small businesses have been really hit hard, and depending on the sector. Some sectors that kind of went through the pandemic and even grew. Opportunities presented themselves and so forth. But there's many sectors, many small businesses that were really hit hard, and many that went out of business. A lot that are still to this day struggling and are barely hanging on. We see that determination of entrepreneurs, at the core of who they are as risk takers to press through. But there's a lot of struggling small businesses and small business people out there. The CFIB's latest survey from February, a few stats which I think reflect the struggle. 2/3 of BC businesses are below normal revenues. Only or 55% are below what had been their normal staffing levels. CFIB says that the average small business has taken on over $150,000 of debt during the pandemic. That number actually increases to an average of about $200,000 for businesses in the hospitality sector. On and on the numbers go, and it's easy to rattle off a bunch of stats. I appreciate behind all of those stats are real people and the struggles that they've gone through and that they continue to go through. What one of the realities, I think, of what we've been through and what small business people have been through is reflected in the sheer numbers of these business people that have said that they're really struggling from a mental health perspective. And I think that is a reality across the whole population. But we are seeing an extraordinary number of business owners here in British Columbia saying that they're very close to, if not at, burnout. And CFIB puts a finer point on it and says that we're actually, British Columbia's reporting, the highest level of burnout amongst small business owners coming out of this pandemic. So the question I wanted to ask, and again, I appreciate it's a high-level question, and there's would be different agencies involved and so forth. But can the minister speak to any focus that his ministry has placed on ensuring that there are supports available to small business owners, that from a mental health perspective, that there are programs to help people adjust to their reality in life at the moment, which in many cases depression and other forms of mental health. Are there things that are happening within the minister's ministry that is focused on supporting small businesses, the small business owners, their staff through what have been extremely challenging times and have resulted in significant mental health challenges for these individuals?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There was a lot of pieces there, so I'll start with the big one, which is mental health. You know, I think the members across the way and members on our side have all talked to small business owners who have been navigating these challenging times, and the mental health pressure on so many of them is a huge, huge issue. You know, there's, as the member highlighted, there are some businesses that have really been challenged with the pandemic, but there are many, many businesses who have actually thrived through the pandemic. And so it is a tale of, it's two stories certainly that are out there, and it depends on what sector you are and whether you're people facing or not. And so, you know, I think, you know, as we were talking about learnings from the pandemic, I think one of the biggest learnings is that when you make investments in people and you make investments in supporting businesses, that you get the outcomes that we all want to see. And that's certainly, I think, that the lesson that we've learned from this pandemic. I know I'm going to try to avoid this exchange with a member, but I have to say it once, which is we provided one of the highest per capita supports for people and businesses in the country. And I think that's why we're in a position now where we're able to see the fastest job recovery rate in the country, one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country, and wages are going up, and all the positive things that we're seeing, it's because of those supports. And in fact, if you listen to folks across the country and North America and even the world, that's an important conversation that's happening, is when you invest in people, you do get the outcomes that you want to see in your economy. The member also asked about, kind of was going at, you know, businesses that were shut down. You know, we have seen throughout the pandemic that insolvencies are actually flat, because of the historic amount of dollars that were supported for people and businesses. A lot of businesses were able to navigate. Now, I'm not saying all. We know there's some businesses in our communities that you know, just couldn't make it through the challenging times, but many did. And in fact, British Columbia is ranked #1 when it comes to continuing business activity and recovery through all the provinces in the country. And so I think that kind of gets at the question the member was raising, the honourable member, but if you wanted something more specific, I'm happy to take that back.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I won't ask another question along these lines, but I will I will just underscore that, again, in that most recent CFIB survey, 74% of small business owners here in British Columbia say that they are either at or nearly approaching a burnout, and that has obvious mental health implications, and so I think that that's something that needs to be squarely on our radar screen for all of us moving forward, to make sure that these hardworking men and women are well supported. And again, I don't expect that this will be a significant, you know, back and forth in our exchange. But you know, I do have to correct the record or in terms of what the minister said and the level of supports and this, you know, this constant refrain of #1 in Canada. You know, the details really do matter, and when you actually look at the gross totals of all supports that have been provided to businesses across the country, and you sort that on a per capita basis, British Columbia is actually #8 in line in terms of the level of supports that are provided that are not liquidity related. Which is all of that debt that I've talked about. When you actually look just at the grants, the cash in pocket, the help with cash flow, British Columbia actually has provided the lowest amount of financial support. So it's, you know, 10 out of 10, or in that 10th spot out of 10 provinces. So again, I don't expect we'll go back and forth on those numbers. We likely agree to disagree, but. Those are the actual numbers. I did want to ask the minister about one. You know, while we're talking about economic recovery, and I'm going to spend the vast majority of my time today talking about the forward-looking economic plan, but just while we're on this topic of struggling small businesses and recovery as a theme here and now, we I think are concerned, as many British Columbians are, about the potential end of the temporary expanded service area authorizations. I'm sure that the minister would agree that one of the key lifelines for restaurants and breweries and distilleries, these hospitality businesses, which have been really, really hit hard, on again, off again restrictions, sometimes with no notice, sometimes with a bit more notice, the absolute hammering of their revenue, the significant challenges of finding labor, finding people to come and work for them. I mean, it's just been challenge upon challenge upon challenge for restaurants, breweries, distilleries, and others in the hospitality space. And so against that backdrop, one of the initiatives that the government brought in back, I believe, in 2020 was this temporary expanded service area policy, which threw a bit of a lifeline to a number of these hospitality businesses by allowing for the expedited approval of a patio space that, against the backdrop of capacity limits and so forth, really enabled, I think, a lot of these businesses to actually survive. These temporary permits were put in place very, very quickly with no fees, and the patios were built and they were paid for. In many cases, the businesses assumed some of the costs for putting these patios in place, and they're loved by patrons, and again, they represented a lifeline for small businesses. So it seems beyond odd that that as we highlighted in this chamber yesterday through a line of questioning, the question period, that the government was planning to end this temporary expanded service area authorization as of June 1st. And basically tell these businesses, if you want to make these patios permanent, well, you've got to go back to the drawing board and you've got to reapply, you've got to pay a fee, you have to submit floor plans or plans for the patio space, again, which already exists. You've got to enter into a referral process with local governments, and on and on and on. It says on the government's own website, the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch website, that this entire process can take up to 10 months. So assuming the government moves forward with this for June 1st, and assuming many of these small businesses, which and we've certainly heard from a lot of them, it would appear many of them haven't initiated the process for following this onerous, costly process to make these patios permanent. Many of them stand the very real possibility of losing their patio space as soon as the weather has warmed up a little bit. And I mean, people are already starting to enjoy, certainly down here, are starting to enjoy patio space again. You can certainly do it when the cherry blossoms are out down here. It's not quite that time of the year up in Kamloops, let alone Fort St. John. But when people look forward, whether you're that business owner of that business or you're a patron, that is something that people love. It's something we can all look forward to. It's something that's been a lifeline. And many of these businesses would appear to be staring down the very real possibility of losing that patio space, and perhaps, due to the length of the process in play, possibly having to watch the forthcoming spring and summer patio season pass them by. So I just want to ask the minister, why has this transition or this decision to move away from the temporary expanded service area policy, which has been such an important piece of the survival of these hospitality businesses, why is this particular policy being so poorly handled, whether it's through his ministry directly or whether it's through other ministries. This has jobs implications. These are small businesses for which this minister is a champion within government by virtue of his role. Why would the government decide to do this and end this temporary expanded service area policy? Why not just make this policy permanent? Grandfather these businesses, make it permanent. And any net new businesses that don't have these patios now, they can enter in whatever the process is. But just recognize that these businesses have been hard hit with debt and lost employees and lost revenue and barely hanging on. Why not just make this policy permanent to the minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I think the member and I agree that the small businesses in BC have been incredibly resilient through these challenging times. Navigating the pandemic, ensuring that they can keep their workers and people safe, all has been challenging. And I'm very proud of the support we were able to provide businesses to make those pivots and make those transitions. There's a couple of things. I mean, we talked about restaurant industry, and obviously it's close to my heart, having a family that was in the business for almost a decade. And it was difficult then, but I can't even imagine how hard it is for many of these businesses during these times. I think it's important to highlight that we made a lot of changes to not only support them through the pandemic, but also make sure that they're more resilient going forward, whether that's the 25% reduction in liquor pricing, which I know that the sector had been asking for a long time, and that's made permanent, the cap on food delivery, because more and more they're becoming reliant on food delivery, and they knew what that meant. These are big wins for the restaurant and hospitality sector that we've made, and I know it's appreciated. Now, the question on patios is something that I do think the member should canvass with the Solicitor General, as his ministry is the lead on that. But I would disagree with his assertion that it was poorly handled. In fact, it was applauded the way it was handled. And so now I appreciate that there are some issues in Vancouver. And the Solicitor General highlighted that in his response. There has been people who have messaged me from the exchange that say, these are our public streets, and we want to have a conversation about whether private business should be able to get onto the the streets to be able to decide. And so each local government has had the flexibility to make decisions. As the Solicitor General highlighted, Coquitlam moved really quick. And businesses are being transitioned real fast to be able to keep their patios. But I do think that it's an important question. I appreciate the question, but it's something he should canvass with the Solicitor General, since they lead on that file.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we will canvass it with the Deputy Premier in his estimates, because there is a piece of this that is his. But I will remind the minister that the minister actually was quoted in the news release when this policy was put in place in the first place, He was quoted again on a news release in June of 2021, and that quote, he said, and I quote, "For thousands of businesses, the grant has been a lifeline. It has allowed them to pivot to build a patio," end quote. That's the minister. I think it's more than fair game to canvass this in these estimates here, the Ministry of Jobs and Economic Recovery, to suggest, for the minister to suggest that this is being applauded. What was applauded was the policy being implemented in the first place. What was applauded was the couple of extensions to the program that were made previously. But if the minister was to get out and engage with restaurants, breweries, and distilleries, and I know he's receiving the same emails that we're receiving, he would know that there is frustration and anger, and it's broadly spread across the province. It makes no sense coming out of this pandemic with the state that many of our restaurants and others in the hospitality business, that many of these businesses find themselves. It makes no sense to tell them that they have to engage in a process which is not a local government process. It's not a local government mandated process. It is a process of this government. And they have to engage that process in order to try and make this space, these patios, permanent. A process which the mayor of Delta, George Harvey, wrote in one of many letters that we've received, where he said, sure, of course, local governments are all going to have different perspectives on this, but fundamentally, at the end of the day, nothing matters at the local government level if the province doesn't extend the expedited approval process that exists through the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch. And I will remind the minister that particular policy, which is on the website, on the LCRB's website, makes it very, very clear that for these restaurants to continue to use their patio space, they have to apply to the LCRB for they have to apply for permanent use of this patio space. They have to pay a $400 fee. They have to submit floor plans, and then this all has to be referred to local government. And it says right on the website, and I quote, "Approval can take up to 10 months to complete," end quote. This was printed off the website just yesterday. So again, I asked the minister, why would the government not decide to ideally just make these patios permanent, and thus say to these businesses, we are going to recognize the tremendous pain and struggle that you've made. You've made it, and we're not going to add another layer of red tape and costs onto your shoulders. We're going to make these patios permanent. And if the government's not willing to do that, then can the minister advise this House if he and his colleagues in cabinet are prepared to extend the expiration deadline for this temporary expanded patio or expanded service area, if they're prepared to extend the deadline out far enough to allow these restaurants, breweries and distilleries and others to take advantage of this patio space that many of them have already paid for, that the patio space that already exists, and a patio space that has been a lifeline for them, that they could continue to utilize this space for the good of the survival of their businesses through the forthcoming spring and summer seasons in 2022.
Minister?
Welcome to the chair, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. I think I was highlighting the fact that the way that government was able to move to support businesses was being applauded. Certainly our move on the patios was being applauded, and it was a really positive move. And, I think the member says it's red tape. I mean, respectfully, member knows that his party was in government for a long, long time. It was never changed. The rules were never changed because I assume the rules were there for a purpose. So, although I appreciate that many of the businesses used the grants that we provided them, used the fast track process to be able to open the patios, I'm supportive of them. We've seen communities that have come through and make them all permanent. Coquitlam is an example. I applaud Coquitlam for their action. That being said, other communities have the opportunity to do so as well. And the member references, obviously he didn't reference it directly, but Vancouver is the community that has got this challenge. And he mentions he's got letters from lots of communities. I'm happy to see those letters and speak to those local elected officials that raise those concerns.
Member?
Madam Chair, thank you. This isn't just a Vancouver issue. This is an issue across the entire province. And it's an issue across the entire province because the province has a critical role to play in ensuring that this policy, this temporary expanded service area authorization, remains in place. And therefore would continue to be that very useful tool that many of these hospitality businesses, restaurants and others have found to be key to their continued survival. As I said, it's on the LCRB website exactly what the process is that has to be followed. A application form that has to be submitted to the provincial government, a $400 fee that has to be paid to the provincial government, survey and floor plans that have to be provided to the provincial government, referrals that then have to be kicked into gear with a local government. But that referral piece, you don't even get to that if you don't first go through the steps that are being mandated by the province. And it doesn't matter if you're in Ashcroft, with a patio there on a restaurant, or Delta, as in the case of Mayor George Harvey's letter that I referenced earlier, or the City of Vancouver, which I would submit is probably likely going to be the most egregious example of a government not really understanding or being willing to engage and support with hard-hit local businesses. When you look at the 34-page process that the City of Vancouver has laid out, and the fees and all the rest of it. But again, you don't even get to that local government part until you go through the required steps that the province has mapped out. So all we're asking here, on behalf of restaurants, on behalf of distilleries, on behalf of breweries, on behalf of those establishments where serving alcohol and food on a patio, an expanded patio area outside, has been such a lifeline. All we're asking on behalf of these businesses is, will the minister commit to extending the expiration of this program, the TESA program, push it way out to the fall of this year at minimum, to allow for these businesses to take advantage of the forthcoming spring and summer opportunities, and at maximum, just make this policy permanent so that these businesses can take advantage of this on an ongoing basis moving forward.
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I mean, I would agree with the member that the patio fast-tracking process has been a success, and I think it's been well received. And I think the member knows that as well. Again, I'll highlight two important things. One, it's a question for the Solicitor General, since all the decisions around this are being made by the Solicitor General, and I'm sure the member will raise the question there. And I also highlight that communities like Whitlam have fast-tracked the process and are making everything permanent. So local communities have the opportunity to do so. We should applaud the communities that are doing so. But this question is better suited for the Solicitor General because they have all the levers to make these decisions and better place for estimates.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Well, again, not to belabor the point, but there's a disconnect here, I think, between what the minister is saying is reality on this here and now in this chamber and what's actually happening outside. It would be a very simple decision to make, and the right decision to make to say that all of these restaurants and all of these breweries and distilleries that hey, sure, we may have wanted initially to go with a June 1st expiration of this temporary expanded service area policy, but we're going to give everyone, if not on a permanent basis, we're going to give everyone this forthcoming spring and summer. We're just going to get her done. I'm not aware of any traffic data or collision data or other points of information that in some cases has been thrown back at us when we've suggested this policy be made permanent, that would suggest that these patios have become a safety hazard or a risk to motorists or a risk in some other sense. What they've done is they've given small businesses a lifeline. And so I don't know why sometimes it's so difficult just to acknowledge what is being asked for here. That's a reasonable ask from a group of businesses that employ a lot of people that have been hit really, really hard to just say, you know what, through this forthcoming spring and summer, we're going to let you keep your expanded patio service area. No additional costs, no additional paperwork or red tape or delays or whatever. We're going to let you continue. I want to move on. I do hope that the government gives that some thought, though, and as there have been some indications, through today that there's maybe a little crack or a little opening for some reconsideration of the expiry of this policy. So I really do hope that the government does the right thing here to do good by these businesses. But I want to move on to the economic plan, and I want to focus on the issue of affordability. I mean, we've spent a lot of time we're approaching the end of the 5th week of this legislative session. I believe it's a 13-week session, so we're nearing the halfway point. We spent a lot of time in this chamber talking about affordability. Why? Because it doesn't matter if you're talking about housing costs or rents or gasoline or groceries or a myriad of other things. The cost of virtually everything is going up. Inflation is a huge and growing challenge for British Columbians. So my first question to the minister would be this. It's not like rising housing prices, rents, gas, groceries, and so forth haven't been increasingly a challenge for British Columbians. These items and inflation generally have been increasing in cost well before the war in Ukraine and through the pandemic. I don't see any mention whatsoever of inflation in the economic plan. I don't see a plan in this plan to address the rising costs that British Columbians are facing. So could the minister, please advise this House, why does this plan, this economic plan, not address the rising costs of the so many things that British Columbians depend on day to day to raise their children, to run their business, to raise their kids, and to live.
Minister?
Well, Speaker, yeah, I appreciate the member mentioning the economic plan. This gives me an opportunity, a limited opportunity, 15 minutes, but next question I'll take additional time to talk about the economic plan, which I'm very proud of. And the member, I think first off, it's important to note that we've had a plan that's been guiding us through the pandemic. And because of that plan, we have the fastest job recovery rate. Because of that plan, we have lowest unemployment rate in the country. Because of that plan, we're actually seeing wages go up. All things that are critically important, important metrics that certainly on our side of the house that we gauge on. Now, if the member, I can give the member a copy of the plan because he talks about key measures that are actually reflected in the plan. He talks about affordability. The plan talks about supporting people and families. In fact, childcare is central to the plan because we know that childcare is a key piece of economic success of our economy. We know that supporting people and families is a central piece of our economic plan. We talk about housing. We talk about childcare. We talk about good access to healthcare. We talk about access to food. I don't recall that ever being in the opposition's jobs plan. And so, I appreciate the questions, and that's why we've got this reflected in here. Now, the member talks about inflation. We know that there is inflation right now. We know that supply chains have been hampered because of the pandemic. And now, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we are seeing spikes in gas prices. And we may even see pressures on food. And so there are implications of all those global pieces that are moving that have impacts on it. Now, most economists will say that when you're looking at inflation that's caused by supply chain disruptions, that will start to ease as we start getting out of the pandemic. But we're not waiting for that. We've already started to take action. In fact, with the Stronger BC Economic Plan, we had grants available for manufacturers so we could shorten supply chains, start to produce more of the products we need closer to home. That's why we've been making historic investments in childcare, historic investments in housing, and historic investments in access to healthcare. Because we know all those things are critically important for the economy. There is no separation. I think gone are the days where you just talk about cutting regulations and cutting taxes for really wealthy people and hope that it works for the economy for everyone. Those days are gone. And so certainly if that's the premise that's going to be advanced today, I would say that we're in 2022. And it's a long ways away from 2002. And that playbook that the previous government used for so many years should be retired because times have changed. And this economic plan reflects that change. Honourable Speaker. This economic plan highlights what's critically important for us. It focuses on labour supply. It focuses on human capital. It focuses on public infrastructure. And it lays out the 6 critical missions that we need to ensure that are front and centre if we want to ensure that our economy grows, because we want to see economic growth, but we want to see it done in a sustainable way and an inclusive way. Now, we know in the pandemic that, the saying that Dr. Henry used, which is we're all in the same storm, but we're all in different boats, is true. We know there was a disproportionate impact on some communities. We know that women, people from Indigenous and Black communities, racialized communities, those with disabilities, were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. And that's why we stepped up with the highest level per capita support for people and businesses in the pandemic to ensure that those people had the supports they need. And that's why we're seeing the numbers come back to where they are. But we are not done there, Honourable Speaker. We know that we need to continue to do more. And this plan, economic plan, lays out a vision for that to go forward. It highlights key initiatives that we're going to take to address the critical issues that we're facing, whether that's continue to support manufacturing so we can produce things closer to home, whether that's supporting our ports so they can continue to grow and ensure that the goods are being moved in a very efficient way throughout our regions so that we can continue to increase productivity. It focuses on people, investing in people, ensuring they have the skills required, whether that's post-secondary or skills training, to meet the jobs of the future. We had a labour market outlook report that highlighted we have over 1 million jobs that we're projecting to be opening in British Columbia over the next decade. We have a lot of work to do to ensure that those people have the skills that are needed to take the opportunities that are ahead of us. In fact, more jobs than people, which is certainly a different challenge than we've had in the past, but a challenge nonetheless. So, the member talks about affordability. I would say that it's reflected in here. It's reflected in this economic plan. It's never been reflected in economic plans before. This is what's new about it. This is what's different about it. We talk about the economy, which is people. People are the economy. And the more and more people start realizing that they are the ones who drive the economy, the more they'll realize that when we support people, it's good for the economy. And so I'm not sure how the member missed it, because it's such an important piece of the plan. And maybe he's going on word counts. But if he reads this, when he reads the document about inclusive growth, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about those who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, making sure that they see the opportunities in economic growth. And too often we've seen that, if you look back in history, when economic growth increases, those who are most vulnerable don't actually see an opportunity to participate in that growth. And that's what we're talking about in this plan.
Member?
Thank you very much, Chair. Much like this economic plan, the minister is all words and no action. I mean, this is he can go on for hour after hour after hour, like the plan, there is no tangible action here. It's all words. Housing. Give me a break. We have the highest housing costs in British Columbia's history. It's happened under this government. We have the highest rents in the history of British Columbia, and it's under this government. The Attorney General just confirmed the other day that only 5,269 units of housing have actually opened under this government in 5 years. $10 a day daycare has gone the way of the dodo bird. We're sitting here looking at $20 a day daycare in select communities around the province. Give me a break. We actually created childcare spaces that had real people in them. Give me a break.
Protesting.
You sit here and you talk. He talks about how there have been all these supply chain grants that have been intended to help with challenges that we're encountering right now. Well, I'll remind the minister that was a grant that came out in April of 2021. There's been no new dollars to assist with supply chains since that point. He talks about wages being up. Wages are up because the low-income jobs have recovered a lot more slowly than the higher-income jobs. So it's all the law of averages. This plan has nothing in it that focuses on the challenges that British Columbians are facing from an affordability perspective. And he can fall back on his rhetoric about taxes and red tape and that this is all just about wealthy people and whatnot. When we're standing in this House every day this week and last week and the week before, and we're asking about real people that can't afford the cost of fueling their vehicles to get their kids to school or to soccer, that's not talking about wealthy British Columbians. That's talking about British Columbians. When we're talking about people that can't afford the increase in rents, that's not wealthy British Columbians. Those are regular British Columbians. So my question was, where in this plan, this economic plan, is there a focused, detailed plan to address these inflationary costs that are impacting real people, whether it's increased housing, increased rents, increased gas costs, increased grocery bills? Where in this economic plan are there details with targets and metrics that focus on those affordability challenges that British Columbians face?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm sorry that the member felt so defensive in his last answer. But the truth is, the economic plans that they've laid out in the past have never talked about affordability. Never. In fact, their plans have never highlighted childcare. I appreciate the member says we did this with that. No, they didn't do that. In fact, when we first formed government, we in fact had to give money through UBCM to local communities to just do an inventory of what childcare spaces were available, because there was no inventory. Nobody knew. There was nobody keeping track of this. It was just happening. Maybe because they believed the market would fix itself. Maybe that's what it was. Affordability is highlighted in this plan. If this member would take an opportunity to look on housing, he says, people are facing huge challenges, and they are. People are facing challenges in housing, no doubt about it. Low interest rates, we're seeing a record low of houses on MLS. It's driving prices up. But imagine if they had made serious investments when they were in government, so we wouldn't have this problem now. I mean, we have built more rental units on more student housing just in his one community alone than they built in 16 years in government. Just in his community alone, Honourable Speaker. And so, so maybe I'm not going to stand here and listen to the member lecture me about housing and how important it is. If they had made those investments, we wouldn't be in the dire situation that we're in now. We can go on about other things too. We can go on about ICBC. The dumpster fire that was ICBC. I mean, left in historic debt, took money out to give tax cuts to people who were really wealthy, and then left everybody holding the bag. And now we've been able to navigate that. In fact, we didn't give one rebate back to people, we gave people 2 rebates because of the changes we were able to make, the difficult changes we had to make. We can talk about MSP. We can talk about cuts for those crossing the toll bridges, which I know the newish leader, Kevin Falcon, is very proud of, because that was something he delivered. We can talk about all these things, but what I'll highlight for the member here is part of the economic plan. We actually talk about those things that were never talked about economic plans before. Never have they, in an economic plan, talked about housing. Never have they talked about childcare. All these critical, important things that we know are vital for our economy. Now, the members complaining that childcare now is only $20 a day by this end of the year. I mean, the hypocrisy to talk about how we've only reduced childcare to $20 a day. In fact, there are a lot of families that are actually at $10 a day. But you got to train people, you got to open spaces, you got to build the capacity in the system. All that work we've been doing, historic, over $1 billion of investment. Because we realized that it's not only important on an equity question, because we know disproportionately that means more women entering the workforce, but we know it's about the economy. We've known that from the beginning, and that's why we put it in our economic plan. It's never been in an economic plan before. And so these are all poverty measures. Now, the member talks about metrics. Their jobs plan talked about jobs. They didn't care about if it was good-paying jobs. They didn't care if it was helping support communities. We, in fact, in our economic plan, have metrics in place to gauge the health of communities, whether that's looking at the wage gap and finding ways to close the wage gap, or looking at housing, rental starts, so we can actually monitor whether we can get the rental housing starts we need to. Now, I know there's going to be a good conversation with a member, with the Attorney General, to talk about housing, but to suggest that affordability isn't central to our economic plan is just false, because I would argue that this is the first time an economic plan has talked about these key measures. For BC, that's rare, and we're really proud of that. We're really proud that the metrics go beyond just GDP growth and just job numbers. It looks at wages, it looks at new rental starts, it looks at a whole host of measures that will be important for us to monitor as we go forward. So it is central. And we also look at the very important question, and he says fluff, grants for agri-tech companies, grants for manufacturers, grants for small businesses to be able to pivot and grow these challenging times. All these things are critically important to ensure that we can continue to have a strong economy as we go forward. And the member, said, oh, well, wages are just going up because, I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but he just kind of dismissed it. Honourable Speaker, wages are going up because, as a government, we prioritize that. Just like when they were in government, they prioritized not increasing wages. We know Kevin Falcon, when he was in this House before, prioritized keeping wages down, didn't raise the minimum wage for years, left people that were most vulnerable out. We know that they created a two-tier wage for women in particular when it came to training wage in the hospitality sector. Overwhelmingly represented by women, women getting lower wages than everybody else just because they thought that was a good policy. So we are tracking a different process. We are going in a different way. This economic plan puts us on a pathway to a more equitable, more sustainable economic growth going forward, the things that are core to what we value. And I would argue that, the opposition should join this, because this is where the public is now, not in 2002. A lot has changed in 20 years.
Member?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I hope the minister feels better getting that out of his system. The reality is clear, though. This economic plan is really just a mishmash of recycled previous announcements that are lagging behind. A lot of language, very little action, and he talks about metrics. Well, metrics mean nothing if you don't have targets. There's no targets in this plan at all, and we'll go through them, but there's no targets, and the metrics that are laid out are in most cases lagging by a couple of years. That's not a plan. I appreciate that the minister the minister will likely want to take every opportunity he can to spout off on all of the things that he wants to talk about the previous government and contrast to the current government. We're 5 years into his government. 5 years, half a decade. 2 terms where this government's working on. And it's incumbent upon this government to defend its plan and to answer the questions, be held accountable for the promises that it's made, the commitments that it's put out there, and the absolute abysmal track record of this government on virtually every account. So I'm not going to go through again. I laid out the litany of and just how rich it is for this minister and his colleagues to talk about how wonderful life is in British Columbia right now, how extraordinarily good people should feel about themselves. Even in question period today, it's extraordinary to hear the Deputy Premier patting the government on the back for all the wonderful things this government's done for British Columbians when British Columbians are crying out for help here and now. Help with rising gas prices, which the Premier promised he would address and has not. Help with rising housing costs, which this government has not addressed. Help with the rising cost of groceries. Help with the rising cost of a whole wide range of things. And instead, this minister does what this government does so well. He bounces back to misrepresenting the policies and the record of the previous government and deflecting from the abysmal record of his government. And I appreciate that. To my knowledge, I don't think the minister has started and run a whole series of businesses himself, and so maybe that's part of the challenge here. But let's get real and talk about the challenges that British Columbians are facing here and now, and what this government should be focused on to address those challenges. There's nothing about the inflation crisis that we're facing in this plan. There's nothing that addresses the affordability challenges that I've mentioned with specific metrics and targets to give people hope that government's actually going to do something that might fulfill their promise to bring housing prices down or bring rents down, because they could bring in the renter's rebate. That promise is missing in action still. There's nothing about gas prices, a whole wide range of things. There's also nothing in this plan about business competitiveness, what the government's plan is to make British Columbia a more desirable place to invest within. There's nothing in this plan to provide relief on a go-forward basis for struggling small businesses. And the minister, points to, these metrics and these targets. I don't really know what he's talking about. I do know that there's a companion document to the economic plan that talks about measuring our progress. And in the context of the economic plan's 2 key goals and the 6 missions, I think the government calls them, there are a number of goals that are mapped out. Median after-tax income for households. It lays out some metrics that go to, it would appear, to about 2018, maybe 2019. That was like 3 years ago. There's no targets for this particular goal. Or how about the goal of inclusive growth, supporting families and people? This Gini coefficient, it only goes out, it only shows metrics to what, 2019? Again, three years ago. Where's the target for this? How do you measure your success against backward-looking statistics? How about the goal of inclusive growth, the mission being improving quality of life and core housing need, an admirable target or an admirable goal? The metrics on here go to 2018. That was 4 years ago. Where's the targets for measuring success against that, on that goal? Poverty incidence. Those metrics go to 2019. Improving the quality of life and post-secondary education go to 2020. Building resilient communities, new business openings goes to 2020. These are all metrics. They mean nothing if you don't have targets for the years ahead. And I haven't even gotten to the goals under clean growth. Again, these metrics. Let's see, net provincial GHG emissions, they go to 2019. Emissions intensity goes to, what, 2018. The metrics around labor productivity go to 2020. The value-added exports go to 2016. Are you kidding me? 6 years ago? How the heck does the minister expect to measure the progress of the achievement or non-achievement of these goals in this economic plan when there's absolutely no targets against which you can measure that progress?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yeah, there's a lot there in the honourable members' statement, so I'll try to get at a couple. And first, I'll start with, maybe a little bit of a backhanded comment about not having opened multiple businesses and maybe not having that skill set and to understand how important this is. There are members of this House who perhaps have started multiple businesses, but then also have been in charge of important files in government and ran them into the ground. So I would say if that's the bar that we're using to decide who is qualified or not, I think there are some members here that perhaps should reflect on their experience and the outcomes of their results. But I won't go too much into that. But if the member would like to go into more detail, I certainly can. Now, he talked about records. And I think the record that we all should be proud of here in British Columbia is the fact that we have the lowest unemployment rate in the country. And I've said this so many times, but it's, a big part of that is because British Columbians, they followed the health guidelines, they did what they needed to do to ensure they keep themselves, their community safe, and I'm grateful. I mean, 92-point-something% vaccination rate is remarkable. But it's also because we had targeted supports to support people and businesses through the pandemic. The plan that we put in place worked. And the member can discount that as a record that's not important. It's a record that we're proud of, and certainly other provinces look at us with envy. And so whether that's the lowest unemployment rate, whether that's the fact that we had, just in the first 3 quarters of last year, 30,000 people migrate to BC from other provinces. It's the largest net migration of people between provinces, interprovincial migration, in over 28 years. People are coming here because they see opportunities for themselves and their families. Now, there is pressure. There is pressure on housing. There is pressure on a whole host of things in our society due to the pandemic, due to war and conflict. And this plan takes steps to address many of those challenges, whether that's addressing goods and movement throughout the regions. It's whether it looks at manufacturing and how do we ensure we can have more manufacturing here. It talks about trade diversification, which is going to be very important. But at the core of the work we're talking about here is the fact that we are expecting 1 million job openings in the next 10 years. And we are expecting about 630,000 of those jobs to come from young people entering the workforce. So we have a lot of work to do, whether that's attracting people from other provinces, whether that's attracting people from other countries to come here, set roots, and be residents of this wonderful country, and also finding ways to get people back into the workforce who have left the workforce for a long time. And so that's what's reflected in this plan. Now, the member says there's nothing about competitiveness. I would guide him to page 7 of the document, where we talk about BC's competitive advantage. And he'll know that in that, there's a lot of the things that government is doing. We know in order to be competitive that you need to focus on talent and capital. That's why we're making historic investments in skills training for people. Whether that's people that are coming into the workforce or those that are existing already in the workforce that are having to transition because of technological change or because of environmental change. There's the need for capital. In BC, $500 million. I'm sure we'll talk about it. But we're also seeing historic level of capital being invested here in British Columbia. We do have competitive tax rates. Right now in British Columbia, we are competitive. When we look at childcare, which helps increase our competitiveness, the historic amount of investment we're making, whether that's housing, whether that's investments in transit, extending the SkyTrain to Langley, what's happening on Broadway line, other investments, all these things help ensure that British Columbia is competitive. But, I've been talking to companies that are looking to invest in British Columbia, and they say it's your people. We want to come to British Columbia because your people, because your skills and your talent. And that's something that we know is core to our competitiveness and core to who we are as British Columbians, and we're going to continue to focus on this. The member also mentioned metrics. And I would say that, some of the metrics that we've highlighted in the plan are new. This data has never been collected. And so we're charting a new path. And, I would highlight Gordon Campbell when he was Premier, I think realized that there's more to GDP growth. In fact, I believe he also took that step to expand the amount of metrics we use as opposed to the narrow few. But when the government at the time realized that those metrics were actually getting them in trouble because, because of certain cuts that they were making, they scrapped that. But I think it's important for us to take that spirit that he had early on and then look at what other jurisdictions of the world are doing. And that's why we've taken this path with the metrics. We're going to continue to work with our stakeholders to find better metrics, better targets for us going forward. That's a commitment I made to them in the consultation. Certainly the entire plan and how it was created was done in a way that's never been done before. We took people that are from varying views, different sectors, and we put them at the same table to have conversations about what they value in the economy and where they want to go. Tables where we had people from the environmental movement, from industry, whether it's resource development or tech, whether it was people from labor, First Nations, not-for-profits, all of them in tables to have conversations about what they value, what they think is important for them in the economy. And what they told us was affordable housing, which we're making historic investments in. They told us we must address the climate emergency. Every single table I was on, didn't matter if it was industry, environmentals, First Nations, everybody knew that this is the most crucial thing that we can address right now. Healthcare. Healthcare is a competitive advantage. We heard that clearly at every single table. We need to continue to invest in healthcare. We need to continue to ensure that it's accessible to people. And we heard from companies from other jurisdictions to say, yeah, healthcare is a huge cost for them in other jurisdictions. And the fact that we have public healthcare here gives us a competitive advantage. We heard about closing the digital divide. We heard about immigration. We heard about the importance of reconciliation with Indigenous people. And one of the pieces that I'm really proud of is our commitment in this plan to work with Indigenous communities to create metrics on what and how they see the economy working for them, as opposed to us saying to them, here's the metrics we believe, here's the targets we believe for you, working with them to say, okay, what would you like to see? How can we co-develop metrics so that we can monitor and track the same data at the same time to assess the wellness of communities? That is historic work. It's a new place that we've never gone. And of course, we'll be soon collecting race-based data, which will also allow us to look at the health of our economy in a lens that's never been looked at, a lens of Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities who we know has disproportionately been left out of economic opportunities in this province because of barriers. And now we'll be able to track it, monitor it, and address those issues as we go forward. So, I think the member and I won't agree on the plan. We won't agree on the metrics, but we can agree that we're going to have 1 million new job openings in the next decade, and we have a great challenge in front of us, a challenge that's different than in the past. In the past, we've had people and no jobs, and now we have more jobs and less people, and that's something we're going to have to work on together.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I would say to the Minister, suggesting that we have amongst the most competitive tax rates in British Columbia, well, against the backdrop of the highest gas taxes and gas prices in North America, the rising costs of housing, basically the most expensive real estate and housing market outside of perhaps Toronto. This is hardly establishing British Columbia as a highly competitive jurisdiction within which to operate. The second piece that I wanted to touch on is I'm not sure that the minister understands the difference between metrics and targets. I actually don't take issue with any of the metrics that are included in his economic plan, because metrics are backwards looking. It's actually the data that illustrates what has been achieved on a particular measure. I don't take issue with the metrics that are in here. What I take issue with is the absolute complete lack of targets. There are no targets. And the minister says, well, these are a bunch of new measures that have never been tracked before in British Columbia. That's why, the metrics are what they are. That's nonsense. How will you know if you're successful on a particular economic goal if you haven't set targets for that goal? That's the point. And the competitiveness question that I asked him, my most recent question, the competitiveness piece is one page, this glossy page in the middle of the economic plan. That doesn't make it an economic plan. This is a brochure. So a very specific question, and I'm hoping that the minister, again, will acknowledge the difference between a metric and a target, something that's backwards looking and something that's forward looking, and answer this question. On the inclusive growth goal of median after-tax income for households, what is the 2-year and the 5-year targets for this particular goal?
Minister.
Welcome to the chair. Our previous chair gets a break from listening to me, which I'm sure she appreciated. Thank you to the member for the question. There's a couple things. He referred to competitiveness in the document, and I would say competitiveness is weaved through this entire document. All the pieces we highlight address productivity, they address competitiveness, and I think that I gave him one section to point him into one direction, but he should read the entire document and he'll see that weave through. There's the metrics that we have in the plan are to assess the health and wellness of our economy. It's something that we haven't done before. Now, a lot of leading jurisdictions around the world, certainly in Europe, are now starting to use similar metrics to monitor the wellness of their community. Now, I know the member will probably go to the fact that when they had a jobs plan, they promised, I don't know, $1 trillion. They promised that they would have, I don't know, it was 8 new mines. They promised a whole host of things, which never really happened. And so what we're doing with this plan is we're putting in metrics to see the breadth of our economy, to track the wellness of our economy, and we're going to continue to work with sectors that are in our economy about where we go now that they've seen the vision of where we're going. We have another member who wants to join the conversation, which is great. More people engaged in this important conversation.
At my age, I'm allowed to talk.
The honourable member is right. I shouldn't. He's a veteran of this place, so he can do as he pleases. And so, what I would say to the member is this: we're going to continue to work with our stakeholders, which was a commitment we made to them when we laid out this economic vision for where we're going. That we would continue to work with them on the metrics as we go through. He'll see that there's a lot of new initiatives, just like previous economic plans that were laid out of how we're going to move these important pieces forward. And certainly with the First Nations and the metrics we're working to co-develop with First Nations, we will be leaders in the country on that. So a lot of work to do still. This is about continuous improvement. We're going to have to continuously do the work to address the challenges in the economy as they've been identified by our stakeholders. And we have a lot of work to do to address the major labor challenge that we have ahead of us, which is laid out here. 1 million job openings over the next 10 years. Not enough people to meet the job openings that we have. So a lot of work is going to be required to ensure we're prepared for that.
Member.
Is the minister confirming then that there is no target in a 2-year or 5-year target, let's say, in relation to the median after-tax income for households goal, which is included in this economic plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I guess the member wants to know how will we know whether we're actually closing the wage gap? And I'll share, because it's International Women's Day, I will share with the member that, in fact, we already have with the investments we've been making. Right now, since July 2017, the female average wage gap has gone up 25.2% since July 2017. The current unemployment rate is gone to 4.4%. BC leads all provinces for employment recovered from the pandemic. And that's highlighted because of all the measures we're taking. We had a discussion earlier today as well in question period, or there were speeches about how we need to close that wage gap. And I think it's important to highlight that why is there a gap? And of course, there's institutional challenges which we need to address, and that work is going to come through legislation. But it's also sectors that are doing very well that are disproportionately male-dominated, whether that's much of our resource industry, which has got good-paying jobs, disproportionately male, construction sector, especially when we talk about recovering from when the economy is struggling. Often people say, well, we should make more investments in infrastructure. Well, that's great, and it's important, and it helps the economy, but we know that disproportionately that's men that are getting those employment opportunities. And so what we've been doing, all the work we've been doing, is to help address that, whether that's community benefit agreements, where we get more women into the trades, whether that's the ISI program, which we launched, which was created to get more women into tech, because we know that that's a growing sector. And I know there's a lot of stakeholders, a lot of organizations that are doing a lot of good work to try to increase the participation of women in their sectors, because they're good paying jobs. So it's going to require collective effort. So, the member wants to know how we're closing the wage gap. We are doing that, and we have a lot more work to do. And we're going to continue to work with our stakeholders to see where we can go and how far we can go. With that, Honourable Speaker, my team would appreciate it if we can just have a couple of minutes to have a little break.
Thank you, Minister. Hearing that suggestion, the chair suggests we will take a recess until members are ready to return shortly. Thank you. The committee is in recess. Thank you, members. I'd like to call this committee back into session. We are here with the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation Ministry estimates. Recognizing the member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So just following on my last question and the answer that the Minister provided, the specific question I asked was, what are the 2- and 5-year targets for the inclusive growth goal of medium after-tax household income? I didn't get an answer to that, which I presume means that there are no targets. I will also, for the benefit of this, hopefully for this discussion, just remind the Minister as to the difference between a metric and a target, as he keeps referring to metrics as if they're targets. Metrics are defined, and I quote, as standards for measuring or evaluating something, especially one that uses figures or stats, end quote. A target is, and I quote, a goal to be achieved, end quote. These metrics, in most cases, and I read them all for the most part into the record earlier, they all end in some point between 2016 and 2019. So I will just assume, unless the Minister again can point to where in this economic plan there is an actual target, a 2-year, 5-year target for this median after-tax household income goal or metric. If you can point to where that is, I'd appreciate it, but I'll move on. Can the Minister advise the House, advise British Columbians as to what the 2-year and 5-year target is for the Gini coefficient? And of course, this is a goal that certainly I support. I think everyone does. It will track or tracks pay inequality. But to the Minister, what is the 2-year and 5-year target for the Gini coefficient, which is included in the economic plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thanks to the member for the question. So I kind of see where he's going. I'm going to try to save him some time with his line of questioning. The member asked under improving quality of life what obviously we have the metrics in place which have not been in place in the past, so we'll monitor that, but we have targets on core housing needs, 114,000 affordable new homes. Under the poverty index, reducing poverty, the target is to reduce overall poverty by 25%, reduce child poverty by 50%. Under the meeting BC climate commitments, reducing emissions by 40% below 2007 by 2030, 60% by 2040, and net zero by 2050. Under ESG standards, I think it's a new space, so we're going to continue to work with the sector on that as it moves. Under resilient communities, connectivity is a big piece of that, and we announced that we're going to be trying to connect the entire province by 2027.
Member.
Again, I asked the minister on behalf of British Columbians, what is the target, the 2- and 5-year target for the Gini coefficient goal that's in his economic plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And the member asked about the Gini coefficient. I think, first off, he'll know that governments have not done that before here in British Columbia, so it's new. Our initial target is to start to close that gap, but we're going to have to collect more information. We're going to have to collect more data to make an assessment of what that long-term target will be. But our initial target coming out of the pandemic is to close that gap, and I've highlighted for him the targets under the different boxes, whether that's inclusive growth or clean growth that we've got. And we're going to continue to work with the private sector, the not-for-profit sector, environmental movement, as we have from the beginning, to continue to look at the data, to refine the data, and then figure out what targets that we think we as a province should reach in 10, 15 years. But we've got a whole host of targets that I've already highlighted for the member.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and all of those targets that the member has mentioned, all are pushed out in most cases 10 or 12 or 20 years. What I'm talking about here is the economic plan for which he is responsible, that is supposedly the government's roadmap for the investments and the policy priorities and so forth of government in the forthcoming years, that contains attached to this economic plan a whole series of goals. And he's confirmed that there indeed is no target, 2 or 5 year or 10-year target on the first goal I asked him about, that medium after-tax income for households. There's some data that seems to expire around 2019 in the attachment to this economic plan, but no target beyond that. So I don't know how you measure your progress other than to say we're going to try to increase that number over time. That's not a target. That's an aspiration. With respect to the Gini coefficient, likewise, I'm not hearing any target, which obviously means there is no target. It's an aspiration to close that gap, and I can't. I'd be remiss if I didn't, largely in the context of it being International Women's Day. Today, I think it was a day to reflect on progress that women have made in a whole wide range of ways and areas, and a lot of work that's still yet to be done, and a lot of work that can be done in this place. I think we can all acknowledge that it's completely unacceptable, for example, that women that there is a pay differential between men and women, that women make less than men for comparable roles or for the same role in some cases. That's completely and totally unacceptable in today's day and age. I say that as someone who has 3 daughters. I say that as a legislator. I say that as a British Columbian. But what I find very interesting is that earlier today, the government announced that it intends to move towards pay transparency measures, and that it's going to launch consultations on that effort beginning this spring, and that the purpose of the consultations will be to inform the development of new legislation that will focus on closing the pay gap in British Columbia. So a laudable effort, a laudable focus. I also note, however, that it's a number of facts that are included in the government's news release that really hit you between the eyes and make you realize how important this work really is. For example, the government's news release from today says BC is, and I quote, BC is one of 4 provinces without either pay transparency or pay equity legislation, end quote. This government news release from today says, and I quote, BC has one of the largest gender pay gaps in Canada, with women making on average approximately 20% less than men, end quote. That's in the government's news release today, presumably to underscore the importance of the work that needs to be done to close that pay gap. Well, my colleague from Surrey South has introduced in this legislature, including again today, but 5 times, she's introduced legislation that would focus on that transparency. My colleague's equal pay bill would require businesses of a prescribed size to report the pay gap between their male and female employees. This would be focused on ensuring that businesses, it would be about encouraging businesses to close that pay gap and provide support for female employees to negotiate equal wages. This bill is called the Equal Pay Reporting Act. It's been introduced in this House 5 times. And this government hasn't taken it up. 5 years in power. And now we learned today that the government intends to engage in consultations. My question to the minister would be this. Why does he and his colleagues not support simply calling the Equal Pay Reporting Act, which is on the order paper? Why not call that bill, call it today, let's have that debate, and let's come together and pass this legislation to actually take a meaningful step, not in 6 months from now, not in 12 months from now, not beyond that, but take a meaningful step in the next number of days to meaningfully close that pay gap, which I think we can all agree is egregious and should not exist for 1 day longer.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I know this issue is close to the member's heart, and so I appreciate the premise of the question. You know, too often, us being elected officials, we come here and we think, oh, well, you know what, let's just create a law. That'll solve the problem. Why don't we create an anti-racism law? That will end racism in this province. Why don't we craft a law that says that you must report on pay, and that will solve the question, the challenge of gender pay gap? I think the member knows that that's not how it works. How it works, Honourable Speakers, is identifying employment areas where women are predominantly employed. Let's say, for example, the hospitality sector. And instead of finding ways to support them to get good-paying jobs, instead of doing things like creating a server wage, which the member knows that, and he wasn't here, it was his, some of his peers, created a server wage, which in a sector that was dominated by women, that the women who were serving were getting paid less than everybody else. And I'm not going less like less than I'm talking less than minimum wage. And so I know it's easy to say, why don't we just pass this legislation and that will address the pay gap? But we have to do a whole host of things with it. And so creating a server wage to keep women with lower wages than minimum wage isn't going to address that. And so that was what was done, Honourable Speaker. So what we're doing is we're looking at things like childcare. That's why childcare is so highly featured in this economic plan, because, you know, it was always discussed as a way to create more opportunities for women predominantly to enter the workforce. But we now know it's about creating more economic opportunities. We're not waiting for legislation. That consultation is happening because we want to make sure that everyone is on the same page, everyone agrees with where we're going, everyone understands the timeline of how we're going to roll it out, because we want it to have maximum impact. We want to consult with Indigenous communities to make sure that it's right. But we're not waiting for legislation. We've been acting already. That's why we're making historic investments in childcare. That's why we ended the server wage piece. That's why when the Minister of Health announced that he was bringing in those workers that were privatized, that clean our hospitals, and we brought them back in-house, because we know that will significantly increase their wages and give them a better life. And maybe I have to say that that's personal to me, because my mom was one of those people that got laid off because the previous government in 2002, with one bill, had the single largest layoff of women in BC's history. So, and I'm not saying that to this member, because I know this member is passionate about this issue, but I'm saying that legislation is an important piece. We're going to be doing that work, but so is a whole host of things that you have to do to actually ensure that women are getting better opportunities to participate in the economy. And so that is things like something in our ministry we're focused on with ISI. It's ensuring that women can get their first job in tech, because we know the sector is paying well and the sector is growing, but it's across government. It's community benefit agreements so that more women can participate in construction projects to get the experience they need to work in the construction sector. It's going to require everyone to work together, but it's not going to be just one legislation. It's going to be legislation plus a whole host of other measures to ensure that we're closing that gap. And again, I know that it's important to the member. It's very important to me. And when we talk about inclusive growth, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about when the economy grows, how do we ensure that those that have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic actually get an opportunity to participate in that growth meaningfully? And so that's why I'm proud of the economic plan, and it addresses the key piece the member says. I certainly hope that all members participate in that engagement to make sure that we can get that legislation right, we have good buy-in from everyone, and then we can move that conversation in a very good way.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I find it disappointing, and I find it sad that the minister really can't explain. He hasn't got an explanation for why we're 5 years into the NDP government. By acknowledgement of the government's own news release, BC is only or has one of the largest pay gaps in the country. Is one of only 4 provinces that doesn't have pay transparency or pay equity legislation on the books. and that 5 times in a row the member from Surrey South has introduced the Equal Pay Reporting Act, which wasn't written off the corner of her desk. She did extensive consultation on this. This was written so that it could be debated in this House and it could be implemented and enforced as a tool. And I would suggest that, contrary to the minister's comments about, well, we've got to get this right and we've got to look at those areas where the pay gap is significant and so forth, that all might be true to a large extent, but why don't we just start with a baseline of there is no workplace that's acceptable to have a pay gap between men and women. And that's what the member from Surrey South's bill, the Equal Pay Reporting Act, would address. And it's sitting on the order paper. No need to engage in consultation. We could certainly have a vigorous debate in this chamber. We could certainly go through it section by section in committee stage. We could do that work, and we are prepared in the official opposition to start that work tomorrow. So I don't know why this government would, 5 years into their mandate, with arguably one of the worst current situations when it comes to pay gaps in the country between men and women, why this government wouldn't have a greater sense of urgency to move forward with a meaningful action that would close that gap. And, oh, by the way, there's a member in this chamber who has proposed a solution that has been, that many have looked at, that many in this space and many experts have agreed would get the job done in closing the pay gap. We could debate that legislation immediately. And further, I still didn't hear any comment from or response from the minister on what the targets are, the 2- and 5-year targets for the Gini coefficient, which is this income inequality measurement, which, again, we can all agree is important. But how do you achieve it in any meaningful way when you don't have any targets to work towards? So my question on this piece at this point would be, can the minister provide this House with any specific targets or timelines related to when this House can expect to actually be considering and debating pay transparency or pay equity legislation, so that we can come together as legislators and do that work, close that gap which is right, and which would be right and just and should be happening tomorrow, not many, many months from now.
If I might just remind members that debating legislation is to occur when we're debating that legislation. We're here for Ministry of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation estimates, and as that bill has been now placed on the floor, the time to debate that bill would be if it was called. But just a gentle reminder to members. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and you know, I appreciate the member's question, and I appreciate the advice given by the chair, and so I'll just provide one answer, and then hopefully we can move on. I think I really appreciate him raising the issue regarding, you know, from the member who brought forward a private member's bill. I think it's critically important that anything we bring forward ensures that it has been consulted with Indigenous community, with women of color, various organizations, and that work needs to happen, and we're going to do that. I think the member probably knows, if he doesn't, I'll let him know that in 2001, the previous government, the BC Liberal government, actually repealed pay equity legislation. At the time, Attorney General Jeff Plant said, I don't think pay equity is critically necessary component of achieving the economic renewal of British Columbia. And that was in the Times Colonist, March 23rd, 2001. And so...
Sorry, Minister, just if I might, we, of course, don't use electronic devices while speaking from the floor. Just for your information.
Thank you, Chair. And so, as I was saying, I appreciate the desire to see this move forward. We're going to continue to work with all sides of the House to advance that. But that was repealed, and in fact, I decided to inform the member, the new leader, Kevin Falcon, in fact, voted to repeal it at the time. And so, I do appreciate his genuine desire to see this come through, but I think he has to reflect on the history of his party and their actions when they were in government.
Member.
I will reflect on what I'm hearing from women across British Columbia today, that they find it completely unacceptable that 5 years into this government that talks a good game, rather than calling legislation that is ready to debate, they choose to engage in lengthy consultations. And they could have done consultations on their own bill last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, the year before that. And they have chosen not to, which I find very, very disappointing. And again, there was absolutely no comment from the minister on what the target is for this particular measure, this particular goal, closing this the income inequality. We simply have a graph in the economic plan that has data current to a couple of years ago, with no forward-looking targets, and I think that's a theme that is I think is pretty obvious with this so-called economic plan. I'd like to ask the minister about the goal that's in the plan that relates to improving quality of life with respect to post-secondary education. The metrics that are in the plan, they go to 2020, no targets. So to the minister, what are the targets for this goal of improving the quality of life in post-secondary education? What are the 2-year and 5-year targets that the government will be working towards in the achievement of this particular goal?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Again, I appreciate the members' comments about the legislation, and I think I'll highlight again, it's important for us to ensure that Indigenous voices are heard when we bring it forward, and we're going to do that engagement. I hope all members can join, but I do want to emphasize to the member that he highlights the gap. Imagine if this hadn't been repealed when they formed government. Imagine if that had been there, where that gap would be now. And I think it's important since he's raised this question. And I just want to highlight again the quote, "I don't think pay equity is a critically necessary component of achieving the economic renewal of BC." So we're heading in a different direction. And I assume there's going to be some uncomfortable conversations with members on the other side, with their new leader, about why he voted to repeal that, and where we would be now if they hadn't done that at that time. Now, I think the other important stat for us to know is right now, BC has the lowest unemployment of women in the country, 4.4%. And so there's significant progress to be made. But again, we're not stopping the work. The pay transparency is one piece. It's going to be important when it comes forward. Appreciate the work that's being done by my colleague from Vancouver Beacon Hill, and I appreciate the work and the advocacy for the member from Surrey South on this, and I certainly hope they can work together to ensure that all voices are reflected in that legislation when it does come forward. But we're not waiting. We're doing that work right now. We're finding ways to reduce barriers for more women to participate in tech, find more ways for new immigrant women to have their accreditations from whichever jurisdiction they come recognized. And the member asked questions about skills training. Now, one of the key initiatives that we are going to be launching is creating a future-ready Skills for Tomorrow framework, which is highlighted in multiple places within the plan. And that's going to be to address the critical question, the critical challenge we have ahead of us, which is over 1 million new job openings. And how do we ensure that, in the Labour Market Outlook report, it highlighted that 80% of those jobs will require some form of post-secondary training or skills training. How do we do that? How do we ensure we have that? How do we ensure that new immigrants that come have their skills recognized to the best of our abilities? And also, if they need upgrading, how do we ensure they have that? And so the member wants to know where those more concrete plans will be and how we will judge success. That will be coming out later this year.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, actually, my question was about the goal in the economic plan that relates to improving quality of life post-secondary education. The minister didn't touch on that. I asked for targets. What are the targets? Like, if the goal here is to achieve this, government calls it a mission. How do you measure your progress when there's no targets? Why don't we try another one? I mean, there's obviously, as with all of the other goals that I've asked about, where there are no targets. There's clearly no target for this post-secondary education quality of life goal. Why don't we try this one? The goal is building resilient communities and new business openings. The data that's in the chart ends in 2020. It's nothing for the past 2 years, and there's no targets. So to the minister, what are the targets, the 2- and 5-year targets for this building resilient communities, new business openings in his so-called economic plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member may have missed it when I shared with him a whole host of targets. You know, on whether it's affordable homes, 114,000 is a target. Whether it was around reducing poverty, reducing overall poverty by 25%, reducing child poverty, which is really important, I think, to everyone, by 50%. We have targets that are in legislation. I know if the member refers to his economic plan, it said things like, you know, we will have LNG for everybody and we'll have mines for everybody. And, you know, we've got targets that are in legislation. We have climate-related targets that are part of the economic plan. 40% of reduction of GHGs below the 2007 level by 2030, 60% by 2040, and net zero by 2050. You know, we have part of the resilient communities that we're going to connect to British Columbia by 2027. All these are ambitious targets, and the member also highlighted, you know, where is the plan for addressing the 1 million new job openings. And I already highlighted for the member that one of the key initiatives that we have from this, the new actions, is to create a future workforce plan that will show how we're going to address the skill shortage that we have. And so I think I've answered the member a couple times on that, but if the member wants to make it a third, we can.
Member.
The question was about new business openings. Like, I don't understand what, we're talking in different languages here. I asked about this sheet in the economic plan that speaks to the goal of building resilient communities, new business openings. What's the target? What's the target that you're going to measure against to determine whether or not you're actually achieving that particular goal? Let's try another one. This goal is under the clean growth side of the economic this so-called economic plan. The goal is to foster innovation across our economy, labor productivity, BC labor productivity. I'm not asking here about any of the other things that the minister keeps rattling off. I'm asking about this goal, labor productivity, that's in his economic plan, that's attached to it. What is the 2- and 5-year targets that the minister is using to measure progress on this specific labor productivity goal?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And, you know, I think the member was saying in his question that he was asking about something else. He had asked about specific targets within the economic plan. And so that's what I was highlighting for him. So, you know, we have specific targets for the affordable housing, which is one of the metrics we're tracking. Whether it's child poverty, whether that's our climate targets. And so that's what I was highlighting. And so I think it's important for the member to know that. Now, this particular metrics was obviously very well received from the business community. I think they've been asking for us to track this closely as we go forward. But I think it's important for the member to know that you know, what gets measured gets done. And so that's why we were so keen to make sure that we had this captured in our metrics as we go forward. And especially with this, it's important to note that there's no finish line for this. You can't say we're going to have 8 mines and say that's our target. This is about making continuous improvement, about keeping ourselves accountable to the public about how we're making improvements. And this plan is about setting direction of growth. And that's what we're doing with this. So again, a whole host of targets that I've laid out. I've shared with him that we're going to have more around the future workforce work that's highlighted as a new initiative. And we're going to continue to work with our stakeholders as we come out of this pandemic to look at our vision of where we're going and identify new opportunities for us to take on together.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think to this point in the debate, it's frankly embarrassing to have the minister stand up and try and suggest that he's answering questions. He's providing answers to what are very specific questions about his plan. I ask about after-tax income, a household after-tax income, a graph that's a goal that's in his plan, and I get bafflegab. I ask him about the Gini coefficient and the income inequality goal, which is in the plan. Doesn't answer. There's no targets. I ask about the core housing need goal, which is in his plan, and I don't get any targets, no details. I ask about the post-secondary education, improving quality of life goal, and again, he reverts back to bafflegab, just recycled announcements and statements that have been made in the past, but nothing that bears any alignment to his economic plan. Economic diversity, no targets. The labor productivity goal in his plan, no targets. The value-added exports, I suppose if I asked him about that one too, I would get more deflection and aversion to what is a simple question. And I think this is what estimates is supposed to be all about. We're supposed to be, as an opposition, sitting here with the minister, having a debate from an accountability perspective on the ministry's plans for which he's responsible, which has as its centerpiece an economic plan. And there's all these goals. It's a whole appendix to the economic plan that even goes so far as, but quite boldly, considering what's in it, talks about measuring our progress with not a single target for any of the goals in this plan. I don't know what else to say other than. I think British Columbians, if anyone was listening to this debate, I think they would be pretty disappointed that the minister can't or won't answer any questions specific to what is in his plan. And I'm asking about the goals. I'm asking about the goals here, for which there are some metrics, but there are no targets. And he even stands up and says, well, you can't measure what you don't track, and you don't know where the heck you're going if you don't set any targets. And you can't measure your success against those targets if you don't actually establish targets in the first place. And there are no targets, not for any of the goals that are in the plan. He rattles off other targets which are old, outdated targets. Your GHG emissions, good luck. You've increased GHG emissions every single year that you've been in power. and your GHG emissions are actually, in Clean BC, are scheduled to go up every single year. That's in alignment with the actual budget. So I don't know what else to say about that, but I think it's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for the minister. I will ask one more question about these goals, and it says on the last page of again these measuring our progress goals that have no targets. It says that one of the next steps will be to develop a dashboard and to implement annual reporting. So can I ask the straightforward, simple question to the minister? It's in your plan, the second to last bullet point on the last page. Develop a dashboard and annual reporting. Could the minister please advise this House, advise British Columbians as to when British Columbians can expect to have access to this dashboard, and when will this reference to annual reporting actually be implemented?
Minister?
Oh, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I welcome you back again in the chair. The member says he'd be embarrassed, and I think I maybe embarrassed him earlier when I reminded him that pay legislation was repealed by his party, and his leader voted against it. And so I appreciate the tone has changed since that revelation. But the member says, he's asked, how are you assessing core housing needs? What are your targets? And I said, our target is 114,000 affordable new homes. He says, how are you addressing poverty? And I said, our target is reducing overall poverty by 25% and reducing child poverty by 50%. He says, how are you going to address post-secondary completion? And I said, we have a future workforce plan that's coming out that will lay out that information. He says, how are you, and so at the same time, he says, he's debating me whether we can meet our targets when he talks about the Clean BC targets. And he says, there's no way you'll meet your targets. So a recognition that there are targets in his response. And I highlighted for him that building resilient communities, one of the main pieces was connectivity, and we shared that we're going to connect the province by 2027. So I appreciate this is part of the debate, and so that's fine. I look forward to continuing this. His follow-up question was around the dashboard and report, and I can share with him that next spring we'll have both the dashboard and the report public.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Let's move on, and hopefully we can get some more specific answers to the actual questions that I'm asking. I want to ask a few questions about the future-ready skills for the Jobs of Tomorrow plan. Can the Minister advise this House when this future-ready jobs plan will be finalized?
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you again to the member for the question. The Future Ready Skills for Tomorrow, Jobs for Tomorrow plan is going to be very important. I think that the member would agree. I'm sure he's hearing from employers right now that they're already starting to face challenges finding workers. We have more people working right now than we did prior to the pandemic, which is putting a lot of pressure on our labor market. And there's a lot of interest on this specific piece. And of course, from the business community, from our academic partners, but also from labor, from environmental organizations, from Indigenous communities. There's a lot of interest to engage on this critical question because not only is it important for growth, but it's important for inclusive growth, to ensure that those that have been disproportionately impacted get the opportunity to get the skills, training that they need to take those opportunities. I've had the opportunity to meet with people in the tech community, for example, who say, I would hire people right now if I could find them. You know, we've been meeting with people in the aerospace sector who say, we would hire people right now as well. And we're even willing to help train, and how can we partner together to provide those opportunities. So, you know, with the 1 million jobs that we're expecting, job openings we're expecting here in BC, you know, over 600,000 of those jobs will come from new young people coming into the workforce, which is going to be obviously a big chunk of that. But there's also two pockets that also need to be addressed. One will be those who come from other provinces, and I've highlighted already that we had the largest net migration, interprovincial migration to BC in the first 3 quarters last year, the highest in 28 years. So that's significant. We know we're going to need people to come here. We also know that we're going to need people to come from other countries to immigrate here, like I did, like my family did, like most people here and their families have, to put down roots and help not only in the economy, but also contribute through arts and culture and all the other pieces that new immigrants bring to strengthen the fabric of our society. So, and then the third piece is pulling people that are out of the labor market back into the labor market, giving them opportunities to enter the market. That's through childcare, that's through the work BC is doing. So all this work will be led by AEST. And I think that if the member wants to find out more specifics on when that plan will be public, I would advise the member that when the AEST estimates are happening, that he take that up at that time.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, no, I'm going to take it up now during these estimates. This is the Jobs Minister. This is the Jobs Minister's economic plan. My next question in relation to this is the latest labor market outlook forecast that over 80,000 jobs won't be met by either population growth or immigration. Obviously, that's going to create a huge job shortage here in British Columbia. So I'd like to ask the Minister what specific actions are contemplated within this plan to address that massive shortage that everyone is acknowledging cannot and will not be filled via population growth or immigration.
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and of course I'm happy to talk about this topic. It's an important one. I just couldn't give the member a specific time because that's something the EST will handle, so you can do that in estimates, but happy to talk about this important topic. It is a challenge, 1 million job openings, and more employment opportunities than people, and that 80,000 is going to be very important. How do we pull that, how do we address that gap is going to be critically important. So there's multiple ways, and it's highlighted in the plan. Housing. Housing is going to be a critical piece of that because we know when people have stable housing, it's easier for them to be able to get into the market. The Minister for Mental Health highlighted a new initiative to build supportive housing units across British Columbia to give people the basics first so that they can get some stability in their lives so that they can enter back into the workforce with the wraparound support services. Childcare is going to be vitally important in that. That's why it's featured so prominently in the economic plan, because we know that as the cost for childcare comes down, more people, predominantly more women, but more people will take the opportunity to enter the labour market. We're already seeing that, in fact, given that we're at 4.4% unemployment rate for women, but we're going to need to do more of that. Of course, healthcare is critically important in that, but also transit and connectivity. We know that now there's a lot of families and a lot of people who are moving to smaller communities out of the larger hubs, out of Metro Vancouver, and finding home in rural parts of BC. And that investment in connectivity is going to be vitally important for them to connect, to be able to work now that there's a big shift happening for more employment going remotely. So that also is going to be an important piece. Work BC it leads the important work on those that are on income assistance to ensure that they are supporting people with the skills training, the reskilling, the upskilling portion of it, so that people can ensure that if they have the skills to be able to take the opportunities that arise. And I think the other big piece is Indigenous communities, and we've heard from Indigenous communities. They raise it all the time, which is we want to be part of the workforce, the future ready skills for jobs of tomorrow plan, so that they can engage to ensure that they are a part of that, because they see huge opportunities for their communities to get into the labour market, and all those things come together. And I'll also highlight the micro-credentials. We know how important micro-credentials are for so many sectors. We're hearing from many of them to say, we need more micro-credentials. We need to provide these quick skills, and we'll train people on the job once we've got them. So these are the measures we're looking at to address that 80,000 gap that we see in the future in the labour market outlook.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Again, the question was what specific actions is the minister undertaking as part of this economic plan to address the very real jobs shortage that we know is barreling at us like a runaway train in some respects, and virtually every independent analyst, economic organization and otherwise is suggesting that population growth and immigration is not going to make up for a large gap, 80,000, maybe more than that. So I was looking for a bit more specificity around actions beyond what the minister has talked about quite a bit today, and transit and childcare and these other things, which are very, very important investments. But I'm looking for you in the context of this economic plan. How do we fill this gap? What are the specific actions? So I'll ask him one more time on that if he wants to share any details there. But I'll add this one additional piece. How much funding does the minister have at his disposal to bring this future-ready skills for the jobs of tomorrow plan alive.
Could I just remind members that they should have their masks on while not standing? Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think, well, there's a couple of things I'll say. The Honourable Member has been around for a long time, and he knows that not every measure of the plan is a line item that's within our ministry. So there's going to be some questions he's going to have to ask other ministers who are on the line items. I'll just say that I've highlighted the work that's going to be required for us to get this 80,000 people. It's hard. It's not easy. And it's been a challenge for governments for a long time to find ways to get people who are out of the labor market back into the labor market. It's not a BC issue, it's a world issue. Actually happens, it's a challenge for jurisdiction around the world, but how you do it is through these investments. How you do it is through childcare. How you do it is through connectivity and healthcare and housing and reskilling and upskilling people. We've made some investments already. We announced new nursing seats around the care economy, because we know that there's three major sectors that are going to have the biggest challenges. One is the care economy, so that's nurses, people who are take care of our loved ones in our care homes, ECE workers. Then there's tech, and then there's also the skill gap is with construction. And so a lot of those investments, those specific line items, the member can canvass with the AEST. Of course, I'm happy to talk about this because it's very important, but the specific dollar amounts will have to be canvassed with the minister responsible.
Member?
Can the minister answer this question? Will this jobs plan address the massive shortage that we have today of healthcare workers in British Columbia? These are very, very important positions in our communities, in our hospitals, and in all kinds of healthcare settings. It's estimated that there's going to be over 142,000 openings in healthcare in the years ahead. The government has promised a healthcare HR plan, jobs plan, and they have promised that for quite a number of years now. We haven't seen anything. So I'm asking the jobs minister if he can advise the House, advise British Columbians as to the status of the jobs plan as it relates to the attraction, retention, recruitment of the thousands and thousands of healthcare workers that we need in our province, not in years ahead, but now.
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I agree with the member. You know, the people needed in our healthcare system is going to be a major challenge for us as we go forward. I know that there is work ongoing in the Ministry of Health on this HR plan, and I'm sure the member will be able to canvass that with the Minister of Health in his estimates. I was trying to get some information from the Ministry of Health. I'm not able to get it right now, but I think it might be appropriate for that to come up in that estimates. I will say that not only do we need to train people here to take those employment opportunities, but we also need to find ways to ensure that those that are coming from other jurisdictions that have the skill sets to take on those employment opportunities are either transitioned or provided the reskilling and upskilling opportunities to take the important jobs. I think the member and I last year canvassed the need for new immigrants to have their skills, their accreditations recognized in a more timely way, and that still is, I think, a very important piece, especially coming out of this pandemic.
Member?
This economic plan provides for the creation of 2,000 new tech-relevant spaces in public post-secondary institutions across the province. The plan also specifically mentions the creation or the investment of trades and tech complex at BCIT. That's certainly a welcome investment. We're disappointed that construction will be it'll take 5 years to bring it online, and anyone that enters that facility 5 years from now, another two years after that, would receive their credentials and whatever it is they're studying. So it's 7 years out. It's not going to make much of a difference in today, in the near future of the next few years and so forth. But it's an investment, so we certainly acknowledge that. But beyond that specific detail that's in the economic plan, I'd like to ask the minister this: of the 2,000 new tech-relevant spaces that are planned for post-secondary institutions, how many of those spaces are represented or accounted for with respect to this BCIT trades and tech complex investment? And how many are in other institutions? And can he give me a breakdown of exactly how many spaces are planned for which institutions that add up to the total of 2,000, that is 2,000 new seats that's provided for in this plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Speaker. Let me start by agreeing with him that this new $137 million complex at BCIT is good news. And let me also agree with him that I wish this was started 5 years ago. But we're making this investment, and it will be built in 5 years from now, and it will help 12,000 students annually, which I think is significant. We are trying to get answers for the member around AEST, but I think in the interest of time, I'll flag it for the minister responsible that this question will be coming to her during AEST estimates, and she'll be able to provide the member with more answers. I will say that we are right now actively engaging with the tech community on where the greatest needs are, where the greatest need for tech seats are, so that we can ensure that that's where the investments are going. That conversation is ongoing.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'll follow up with this question. What I think will be very important to all members of this House and British Columbians generally is to hear from the Jobs Minister that he will do his part in that broader discussion within government as to the allocation of these resources and therefore these seats with a regional perspective in mind. We have some outstanding institutions in communities like Prince George and Kelowna and Kamloops and Nanaimo and elsewhere. And so I'd like to ask the minister if he could, if he could commit to ensuring that his voice is heard on this, that regional allocation of these critically important tech-relevant spaces in public sector institutions, that's important, that we will see some of those seats at Thompson Rivers University in Kamloops, that we'll see some of them at UBCO in Kelowna, we'll see some of them up in Prince George and in Nanaimo and elsewhere. Can the minister commit that he values that regional piece and that British Columbians can expect to see these seats dispersed across institutions in every corner of our great province?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I can commit to the member that we are going to ensure that these opportunities are created around the province. I think too often the conversation when it comes to tech gets focused on Vancouver, when we know that there's amazing things happening, and he highlighted TRU. TRU is an excellent university. They're doing great work, and in fact, we're seeing hubs, tech hubs popping up throughout the province, Campbell River, different parts of the province, and with the expanded of connectivity, with more people that are in the tech sector that are actually moving to different parts of the province, we're actually starting to see ecosystems forming all over the province. And I think ensuring that people have training opportunities closer to home so they can help contribute to their local ecosystem is going to be vitally important. I know I share the same passion as the member to see that growth happening across the province and not just in one region. And so, yes, I can commit to that, member.
Member.
So beyond the investment at BCIT and the capital space there, I think the minister would also agree that there is space that exists today in the institutions across the province. So can he give me a time, can the minister provide us with a timeline on when these 2,000 new tech-relevant spaces will be in place across our province?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think it's a question that we have to be canvassed with AEST, just because we don't have the AEST staff here, and I want to make sure the member gets accurate answers.
Member.
So moving on, page 21 of the economic plan refers to support programs to help, and I quote, workers, First Nations and communities through economic transition, end quote. So I'm just wondering if the Jobs Minister could tell this House what he means by economic transition. And if that, the phrase economic transition is really intended to refer to job losses. And if that is the case, what kinds of supports is the minister considering that would be made available to First Nations communities and workers who are impacted by this economic transition?
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The section the member refers to is under the future ready skills for the jobs of tomorrow, and what that refers to is there's major change, whether it's because of climate change, unemployment, or technological change. The Labour Market Outlook report highlighted that 30% of the jobs that we have existing will be radically different within 10 years, given these two massive shifts that we're seeing in the economy. And so, for example, a certified electrician would need a micro-credential training to be able to work on EV chargers. A carpenter may need some micro-credential training to be able to work on mass timber buildings. More and more our farming community are working with lab coats now, because the technology is changing and the science that's being used on our farms is completely changing. And so how do we ensure that people have the opportunities to have the skills to adjust to those changes? So that's what we're referring to. I'm actually really excited about this work that's coming, because The member will agree there's a lot of changes. The pace of change we've seen in the pandemic is not about to slow down. That pace is going to continue, and we need to ensure that we're shifting and making sure our people have the skills to take those employment opportunities. So that's what that specific paragraph is referring to.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think we're on the same page on this. I think we both understand what the paragraph refers to. Economic transition, which can and will be driven by a wide range of different factors, no question about it. What I want to understand is just, looking under the hood a bit here on this, what does the minister anticipate insofar as, or what is being planned within government insofar as what supports would actually look like for communities that are that find themselves, or First Nations that find themselves, or workers that find themselves going through, again, quote unquote, economic transition as it's contemplated on page 21 of the minister's economic plan.
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm glad the member and I agree that there's major shifts coming. I think that I gave the example of carpenters and then learning to work with mass timber, and that work is right now happening actually with BCIT to ensure that carpenters have the opportunity to work on mass timber products so that they're already shifting. There's this whole shift that's happening. It's also happening with small businesses. That's why we had $42 million for Launch Online, which was helping our small businesses pivot to adjust to the pace of change that we've seen. We saw a lot of businesses were like, I don't even have a website, I wanted to do it, I never got to it. And so we provided these grants for them to be able to do that, to get online, because if you're not online right now, you're going to be left behind. So that pivot is critically important. We're working on an ISI program, which is Innovator Skills Initiative, which is ensuring that people who have traditionally not been in the tech sector get their first employment opportunity in the tech sector. And we've actually altered the program to work with the First Nations Tech Council. So I know the First Nation Tech Council has their own accredited program that they've been working with Indigenous communities on, and now that is accepted as a credential to apply for this funding program. We also had agri-tech grants that also go to support these initiatives. So there's been a whole host of things, but the future readiness plan that we're working on will actually be focused on ramping that up because we know that need is only going to grow.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. The life sciences and biomanufacturing strategy, which is included in the economic plan, cites a $195 million investment. I would note that this $195 million was actually in last year's budget, so it's essentially been re-announced in this year's budget and this economic plan. So I'm just wondering if the minister could advise the House why there is this truly recycled funding, this $195 million. If it's not, can you confirm that that $195 million was actually spent last year as part of last year's budget, and this is a net new $195 million? Related to this life sciences and biomanufacturing strategy, what is the timeline associated with rolling it out so it's fully in place?
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll first start with letting the member know that the $195 million is net new money. So it was not in the budget last year. So I can confirm that for the member. I'm very excited about what's happening in the life science sector right now. The member probably already knows some of this, but I just want to highlight on the record that right now BC's life science sector is one of the fastest growing sectors in the entire country. There's a couple of examples of some, I think, remarkable achievements. Abcelera, which is a company that most people would know, BC-based biotech company, developed the first antibiotic therapeutic which was approved to treat COVID-19 patients, which is amazing. It's a BC success story. And also, every single COVID-19 vaccine candidate that reached late-stage development in 2020 used components that were developed or manufactured by BC company or scientists, which I think is also pretty remarkable for the province. I think something all of us should be proud of. The biomanufacturing and life science strategy is expected to be public this calendar year. I think that's what the member was asking about, and we're excited. We think there's huge opportunities, and I'm looking forward to making that public.
Member?
So I just wanted to just ask one more question about this life sciences and biomanufacturing strategy. I'm not understanding what appears to be a disconnect here, because the 2020 page 21 of this year's budget, so the budget that we're here debating or going through estimates on, specifically says, again on page 21, that $195 million was invested in this strategy in 2021-2022. So what I'm trying to understand is if the $195 million was announced and included in last year's budget, if the answer is it just simply wasn't spent then, it's been brought forward and is being spent now, that's, you know, I get that. Or is it that it was that 195 was announced last year and it was part of last year's budget, and is there an additional 195 million on top of that? So are we talking about, you know, what, $380 million total over two budgets, or are we talking about 195 million over these past 2 years?
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So the money wasn't part of the budget originally for this fiscal year, but it is given to them this fiscal year. So it is net new money. It wasn't in the budget when the budget was announced last year. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's new money. It's new money. Yeah. Do you want it in writing?
Member?
Oh, I think we've established that it's $195 million, which would be new money, but all I'm saying is it was referenced in last year's budget. So it's being spent, or it's being repurposed, or not repurposed, it's being re-announced in this year's budget. That's all I'm trying to establish. I want to move on to, in the interest of time, I want to move on to the Industrial and Manufacturing Action Plan, and you know, this is detailed on pages 31 and 33 of the economic plan, and the plan really is, it says it's going to be all about creating more domestic manufacturing capability, increase cross-sector collaboration, and create new jobs in high-value sustainable goods across sectors. So my questions to the Minister would be, when will this plan, this Industrial and Manufacturing Action Plan, actually be developed? When will it be announced? When will the public know about it? And will the minister have targets? And if so, what will the targets be for increased domestic manufacturing capacity?
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The vision for it is exactly how he, as the honourable member described it, which is to scale up manufacturing here in British Columbia. The plan will be public in the next fiscal year, but I can't tell the member what the report will say because the report still needs to be done, but certainly happy to hear from the member if he has ideas that he thinks need to be advanced.
Member?
In this, the description of this Industrial and Manufacturing Action Plan, again, one of the apparent goals, stated goals, is to increase cross-sector collaboration. What exactly does cross-sector collaboration mean in the context of this Industrial and Manufacturing Action Plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. What we're referring to is driving innovation through the economy. And so when we talk about cross-sectoral, what we're referring to is examples like Lamazoo here in Victoria, where they have a technology which now they've taken to mining, to work with Indigenous communities on digitally mapping entire communities. Another example would be taking tech and then taking it into agriculture sector. So whether that's precision agriculture or the work that Terra Mera is doing around soil and regenerative agriculture, or with shipbuilding, when you look at hydrogen or battery technology and taking that into the shipbuilding sector. So we're essentially talking about how we can work with all sectors to drive innovation through our economy and support and scale up manufacturing opportunities here.
Member?
The economic plan refers to a goods movement strategy, which is under development. So can the minister tell us what the timeline is for finishing the goods movement strategy, and when will the strategy be made public, and how much funding will be specifically attached to the implementation of the goods movement strategy?
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I know the Honourable Member, as a former Minister of Transportation, knows how important this work is. Right now we're in the planning stage. And I think the Minister of Transportation, who probably would be willing to stand up and speak to it right now. I won't put him on the spot, but in his estimates, we'll be able to talk more about some of the work that's happening already on this. We're not going to wait for the strategy and not do anything in the meantime. There's a significant amount of investments are happening right now. In fact, in my community, there's a lot of construction happening, and a lot more work will have to be done as we move forward. So, I think what we saw with the floods, what we saw with supply chain disruptions through the pandemic, there's a lot of work and planning that needs to happen, and it's going to be important work led by Ministry of Transportation, and they'll be able to provide you better detailed timelines of the work during their estimates.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. The plan contemplates an intellectual property strategy. It says specifically to develop an IP strategy to support the growth and innovation of BC companies. I wonder if the minister could provide an update on the status of this strategy. It's something that I know the government has talked about for most of the past 5 years, and even previous to this government assuming office, there was some initial work that was being done. So I'm just curious as to what the status of this intellectual property strategy is, when it will be made to the public, what those timelines look like, and again, what, if any, funding is attached to the implementation of this strategy.
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So there's some initial work that's already begun on the IP strategy. We'll have more to say publicly in the coming weeks on that. But the Parliamentary Secretary for Technology will be leading an engagement this year on the IP strategy. So that work plan, that work will happen this year, but some initial pieces of the strategy will be shared in the coming weeks.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would appreciate an update on that. I'm quite interested in the intellectual property strategy and the potential, if we get it right as a province, the potential for this to be a significant a tool that could underpin further and more accelerated growth in our tech sector in this province. I think my last question relates to the shipbuilding strategy that's contemplated in this plan, and the minister, my understanding anyway, the minister has been tasked with this the development of the shipbuilding strategy for the past 2 years. So I'm wondering if the minister could provide us with an update on the status of the shipbuilding strategy and what the timelines would be with respect to when the public would have some visibility into that strategy, and again, if the minister can speak to any funding that's attached to the implementation of the shipbuilding strategy.
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So we have two groups that are that are part of the planning right now. We have the Industry Working Group, which is chaired by Robert Allen, who's the President of the Association of BC Marine Industries. And we also have an Innovation Advisory Council, which is chaired by my Deputy Minister and Brenda Eaton, who's the Chair of BC Ferries. And so that work is going on right now, and we expect to have a plan, a strategy this fall. Honourable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion's carried.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section B, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation, and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section 8, reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport, and reports progress on the Ministry of Labour and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Voting the hour, I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.